What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Monday, March 4th, 2024. Another day at Schiphol Airport, the Polderbaan today. Today in use as one of currently 2 runways used for departures. So the runway is now called 36 left with departures to the north. There's hardly any wind. What wind there is blowing a little bit from the northwest. Handful of knots. If you look in the ticker and the meter, you will see the wind is from 290 degrees, 5 knots. Nothing much to write home about. Visualized. Mostly westerly wind. What wind there is blowing a little bit from the north, hence departures to the north. 5 knot wind, 2 bow 4, scattered clouds at 1800 feet, few clouds at 1600 feet. It is 7 degrees Celsius or 44 degrees Fahrenheit-ish. We're standing at the beginning of the Polderbaan in line with this taxiway from the main platform area to the Polderbaan. Currently parallel departures take place. Runway 18 left, 36 right, being used for arrivals. Now, there are airplanes arriving. Insofar as we are able to see them, do let me know when something of interest is in the vicinity. I am following outbound traffic on flight radar mostly, but this is what is coming in. We have a Saudia Cargo 747. The KLM A340 is inbound. The KLM Orange Pride is inbound. Obviously the A380 is inbound. 12:40 expected time of arrival. So if something of interest is arriving and we might be able to see it, and in terms of visibility everything is still good here, do let me know. Let's see if we can then maybe film it. Big picture wise, this is what it looks like. You can see, looks nice. In the water you can see hardly any wind. Now let's see, the first airplane is lining up. Delta Airlines flight 179 outbound to Portland, Oregon, Jerry's hometown. A330 300, 17 years old, first flight January 2007. Let's go. As you can see in the background, windmills are standing still, indicative of just how little wind there is, or hardly moving I should say, in the case of the one in the background. So big picture wise, this is what it currently looks like. This is looking to the north. Some darker clouds over sea, but that is not coming our way. And I think it also has to do with the lighting. This is what the east looks like currently. Parallel departures in progress. Looking straight to the south. Our next airplane is already lining up and ready to go as soon as the wake turbulence of the A330 has dissipated. It's an A319 EasyJet flight 28678. You can see an arriving airplane in the background. When they go to 36 right, they are landing on the other side of the airport, so you don't get to see a lot of details of the airplanes. This airplane that we are now seeing spool up is going to London Gatwick. 13 years old, first flight January 2011. Oh, is that A330 preceding it still visible somewhere? Let's see. Maybe already behind the clouds that you see over there. Right. Now, as you can see, center runway used for departures as well. Nice backdrop. Transavia outbound to Seville. ETF flying for Transavia, I should say. Meanwhile, we'll have to wait a little. More traffic is coming our way. An Embraer 190 in the foreground and an Embraer 175 in the background. The Embraer 190 that you are looking at will be going to London City, foregoing the exit, the entrance to the runway over here. And the Embraer 175 over there will be going to Bremen. And so we're waiting for the airplane to arrive. A warm welcome to everybody. Good morning. Hope everybody is doing all right. JD, good morning. Maria, YZ, Yvonne, Jackie, Jin Cathay Spotter. Who else is already in the chat? Let's see. Scroll. Han, goedemorgen kerel. Jinshin, aloha. Vinny, good morning, goedemorgen. Raphael, good morning. Thij Bonners, senior, goedemorgen. Lois, good morning. Kelly Cruz, Martin Air, good morning. Captain Eddie Boss, good morning. Or good evening to you, my friend. Ed EHP, good morning. Mr. Ray, good morning, Michael. Tuning in from Newcastle. Leon, Eva, Mark, good morning. Wendell. John, tuning in from San Fran, where it's 48F and partly cloudy. Bit similar, except here, no chance of rain today, luckily. Alrighty. She's ready to go. KLM flight 987, Embraer 190, destination London City. 12 years old, first flight January 2012. Right, relatively steep climb, which I'm also expecting of the next airplane, KLM flight 1753, Embraer 175, destination Bremen. And that's interesting because that lies east of the Netherlands, so you would think with parallel departures in progress, it would take the easternmost runway for departure, and then it didn't. Oh, there's also a grebe over here, nice. Gary the grebe, doing what grebes do best, diving under when they sense a camera is pointing to them. EasyJet outbound to Milan is departing, and an EasyJet A320neo to London Luton is coming our way. In the meantime, where was I? I think with John and 48F in San Francisco. Marianne, goedemorgen. Marius, goedemorgen. All alone today. Martin R, goedemorgen. Fritz, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Now the chat is skipping. I have to scroll up again. Where was I? Here I was. Karsten, good morning. Adrie, goedemorgen. Nick, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. RDW, goedemorgen. Martijn, goedemorgen. Lena, goedemorgen. Josephine, good morning. Namish, hey. Peter, goedemorgen. JW Slijm, goedemorgen. Eversteria, goedemorgen. Rogier, goedemorgen. Adriaan, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen. June, goeiemorgens. Goeiemorgens deze morgen. Marianne, good morning. Chloe, good morning. Or good evening for you, perhaps. Or is it late afternoon? Right, the EasyJet A320neo outbound to London Luton is also taxiing to the runway threshold. Where was I? Sven, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Scott, good morning. Oh. Plane spotting Amsterdam, goedemorgen. Harry, good morning. Ewald, good morning. Leo, goedemorgen. Kenny, good morning. The Cat, good morning, goedemorgen. Well, I hope I'm all caught up and did not forget anyone. Now let me see if I can get the chat window back to the bottom end of the screen. I think that is it. Always a bit difficult scrolling on the phone. Often freezes the chat. Alrighty, A320neo outbound to Luton. The airplane is 6 years old, first flight November 2017. Now, what is it that you're hearing? One guess. You guessed right, firefighters. Right, firefighters doing their patrol round. In the meantime, Big Bird is coming. See-through engines, A330neo. Delta Airlines Flight 57. Destination Salt Lake City, Utah. The airplane is a year old. The first flight was in February of the year 2023. You can see that there's another airplane behind it. An Embraer 190 going to Leeds, and there is a chance, I say it very carefully, that the Embraer will be coming directly towards us to ensure it doesn't have to wait for the wake turbulence of the A330neo to dissipate, to have dissipated. German Airways, one of the rentals, but flying for KLM as KLM flight 1545. Nope. Nope. Okay. Duly noted. Both will be taking off from the threshold. '68 good morning. Ronald, goedemorgen. Monique, goedemorgen. Carbike Paradise, good morning. Where are those firefighters going to go to? Let's see. Going around the corner away from us. So they will be crossing the taxiway further up ahead. Alrighty, Delta Airlines flight 57. The other way around. Outbound Salt Lake City. Good morning, Jackie, Evert, Travis, all other viewers who have joined in the meantime, Johan. Welcome to the show, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, this is Polderbaan, used for departures as runway 36 left. One of two runways in operation for departures at the moment. This is a German Airways Embraer 190 flying for KLM as KLM flight 1545. Embraer 190 outbound to Leeds. Embraer 190 short range. The airplane is 16 years old. The first flight was in January 2008. There's also a KLM Embraer 190 behind it, outbound to Linköping, I believe. When I try to press on the label, I keep pressing on the label of the airplane lined up right now, so let's just give it a few moments and the labels will separate. Alrighty. Up next, KLM flight 1179 outbound to Linköping indeed. Embraer 190, 10-year-old airplane, first flight February 2014. A very good morning to Travis and to Marina, all other viewers who might have joined in the meantime. So, parallel departure still very much in progress. I'm expecting that the center runway will eventually turn to become one of the secondary runway for arrivals, and Polderbaan is going to stay the only runway for departures throughout the day, or at least until the wind changes again. At the moment, what wind there is blowing a little bit from the north, hence everything is landing to the north and taking off to the north. Embraer 175 coming this way, outbound to Cardiff, and there is also another big bird coming this way. KLM A330-300 outbound to Atlanta, Georgia. Now, the outbound rush hour to the United States, Canada and Latin America has not yet begun, but that will typically begin later in the morning in the upcoming hour, 2 hours. I'm expecting more heavies with destinations west of the Netherlands, which will expectedly depart from this runway. I believe a week ago when we were also standing here, at some point it got really busy when the other two runways were being used for arrivals. Also nicely showing the taxi route around the northern threshold of the center runway that the airplanes then had to take. In the meantime, we now have learned that the Embraer will be taking off from the runway threshold, so will be a few more moments. I think that is the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 in the background. Danny, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Bruges. Sunny weather. Nice. Harry is up early, or up late still. Nearly 4 a.m. Right. KLM flight 1059 in the meantime, lined up, ready to go. Outbound Cardiff, Embraer 175. 6 years old, first flight February 2018. Now I believe I did see a couple of coots further up ahead, initially in the water, but I think they are now on land. Chris and Curtis. Or maybe this is Chris and Curtis. In terms of wind, not much. You can see chimney smoke leaving the chimney more or less undisturbed. This is KLM flight 623 outbound to Atlanta, Georgia, A330-300. Let's go. Hey, lieve goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Maat, goedemorgen. Michel, bonjour, salut. Good morning, Helsinki spotting. And all other viewers who might have joined us in the meantime. Hope everybody is doing alright on this Monday morning. Hardly any wind over here at Polderbaan. Wind has a northern component in it, mostly blowing from the west. But because of that northern component, now departures to the north. Polderbaan used as 3-6 left today. And currently still one of two runways being used for departures. And this is KLM flight 1073. Arriving from the main platform area going to Manchester. 23 years old, first flight July 2000. Now also a big thank you to Malky, who celebrates 8 months of membership. He says, morning everyone, keep up the great work, boy. I will definitely do my best to do that, Malky. Thank you so much for your continued support. Thank you for your kind words. Hope you still like it in the lounge. If something isn't to your liking, do let me know. And let me see if I can upgrade something or fix it. Hope you'll stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a frequent visitor. Good morning to Jean-Samuel. Gerrit, goedemorgen. Arjan, goedemorgen. The firefighters have returned to the station. Are backing into the station again. Reversing. And meanwhile, a Boeing 737-700 outbound to Stavanger is taxiing to the runway threshold. KLM flight 1199. Duck flying overhead. Well, that's the same duo that was circling here before as I was setting up. They kept flying circles around me, making a ruckus, so they might come back later. Right, KLM flight 1199, 737-700, 13 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in February 2011. Joko, goedemorgen. Prasanna, good morning. Emra, good morning. Misam, good morning. And indeed, Malky, those fire trucks are proper beasts. They are really big. Might not come across when they pass by on the other side of the water in quick passing, but they absolutely are big, and you could see it when you had a person standing next to it for reference. Now this is Swiss in the Star Alliance livery, outbound to Zurich, A320, flight 725. 26 years old already, wow. First flight of this airplane, 1997, March. Stocking up on fresh water, or is that fuel? It is taking in additional liquids, that's for sure. Stefan, goedemorgen. And what's your name? Checking in from Zazu. Good morning. Killerspieler, guten Morgen. Vladimir. That's Vladimir, I think. Privet Vladimir. You might also pick up on an airplane taking off. That is KLM outbound to Berlin. Now, it's Monday morning. Is it busy? I don't know. Let's see. There are a few folks over at the Spottersplatz parking place by the looks of it. Don't see anybody immediately on the adjacent to the cycling path. Vehicles back. You can still see the excavator, so the dredging has now moved to around the corner on the northern threshold side of the runway. Won't be able to get any french fries yet. And another departure from center. EasyJet outbound to Venice. There is also another airplane coming our way. In fact, it is turning around the corner. KLM flight 1167 outbound to Helsinki, Finland, 737-800. Now, that reminds me, not only did John gift 5 memberships just now, but I also saw when looking back the stream and particularly the chat yesterday, because I miss so many messages these days when the chat is busy, that John also gifted 5 memberships yesterday just before the stream ended. So a double thank you and apologies for missing that one, John. So that's 10 gifted memberships yesterday, 5 just before the end of the stream, and just now 5. That is above and beyond. That is very generous of you, John. Thank you so much. And also, if you are one of the recipients, don't forget to thank John for your gifted membership. Be sure to use the custom emojis that are now at your disposal whenever you see fit. And John, apologies and thank you twice. Monique says, hele goede frietjes, the French fries that you are able to purchase at the parking place when the truck is there is supposed to be very good indeed. That's also what I heard. Probably around noon. Weather is starting to get decent again, so I'm thinking it will come later in the morning. This is KLM flight 1845 outbound to Vienna, Boeing 737-800. 23 years old, this one. The first flight of this airplane was in November 2000. Now, what bothers me most, John, is that the same thing happened the day before yesterday. Also missed 5 gifted memberships by Tiger, and anybody who sees that anybody is super chatting or gifting anything and it seems like I'm missing it, do let me know. Please remind me. Again, I have a little screen, a split screen on my phone, and it's a pop-out window of the chat. And when somebody is gifting memberships, or if a super chat is being gifted, I see it when it happens. But if the message pops away, if the chat is going really quickly and the message leaves my screen, I don't see it lingering as would be the case when you watch YouTube on your browser, where you can see in the top for several minutes, depending on the size of the donation, the gifted membership or whatever it is. So do remind me if I seem to be missing something, because I don't want to come across as ungrateful, because that's exactly not what I am. This is KLM flight 1167, the 737 outbound to Helsinki, Finland. -15-year-old airplane. First flight March 2008. It's getting a bit more busy with traffic coming this way. So let me turn around. First airplane coming this way is from EasyJet and is going to the runway threshold. More airplanes are coming. And also a very big thank you to Malky, who just now also gifted 5 memberships. Malky, that is very generous of you. Thank you so much. And if you are one of the recipients, don't forget to thank Malky if you are one of the recipients of one of his memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Those new members gifted by John and by Malky. Be sure to use the custom emojis at your disposal whenever you see fit. Yesterday we saw this airplane too, commemorating 100 years of KLM. Seems that has the chat on my phone frozen or not? No? Okay, cool. Saw that Mr. Cole was also back in the chat. Morning, Lance. Hope all is well. Good to see you, mate. Right, ladies and gentlemen, sit back and relax. It's going to get a bit more busy now. Parallel departure still in progress. A320 outbound Manchester. EasyJet flight 22162. Twelve-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. Right, up next, KLM flight 1779, an Embraer 190 outbound to Hamburg. Hamburger. This particular airplane is 8 years old. First flight was in December 2015. And good morning, Satori Studio Production, and all other viewers who have joined in the meantime. Halil, good morning. Arnaud, bonjour. Bienvenue à tous. Next up, KLM flight 601, going to LAX. KLM 100 years, special livery, 787-10 Dreamliner, the PHBKA, 4 years old, first flight June 2019. Let's go. Lovely lighting. Right, the next airplane to take off, and it's a queue of blue, the blue queue. Lined up, ready to go to Gdansk, is an E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1917. Celebrated its first birthday last month in January. You also might be picking up the sound of the area, the Area 51 vehicle just now honking to wave, and a Volvo. Hey, there's a lurk. Malcolm, morning. Ross, good morning, my friend. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Hey there, Nadia, good morning. Tony, goedemorgen. Julian, good morning. Julian says, my dad is in KLM 987. Thank you for filming this. You're welcome, my friend. Alright. More blue. You saw it. The queue was fully blue. A full blue queue. With our next competitor ready to go at a moment's notice. KLM flight 1443 outbound Aberdeen 737-700. 15 years old. Spooling up as we speak. Hey Wendy, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Conditions in terms of wind allow for a bit of additional digital zoom to bring those airplanes in view a bit bigger. Without it getting too pixelated, of course. Hey there, DJ Digital Media, David 47, good morning. All other viewers, good morning too. Next up, KLM outbound Copenhagen, flight 1127. Interesting that the pilots close the blinds on this side when the sun is actually out on the other side of the cockpit, taking off to the north. Folding some laundry. Well, if there's one thing that will help make that job go by a bit easier, it is the sound of airplanes taking off in the background. Right, KLM flight 1127 outbound to Copenhagen. If you just joined us, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Today at Polderbaan for departures to the north. So the runway is now designated 36 left. Dreamliner outbound to Bogota, already spooling up. No time to show you the surroundings in a bit more detail. Work to be done, airplanes to be followed. KLM flight 745 outbound to Bogota in Colombia, 787-10 Dreamliner. The airplane is 4 years old. The first flight was in October 2019. Nick asks, which lens do I use? I don't use a particular lens. I use a camcorder, a Canon XA60, but I also have a Canon XA40, which is basically the same camera with the same sensor and the same footage quality and the same zoom range. Has 20 times optical zoom, which in 35mm equivalent equates 29 to 600 and something millimeters. Then there's also the possibility to use up to 800 times, ludicrous, 800 times digital zoom. Lux Bro, good evening mate. Tuning in from Melbourne, where autumn has begun, or at least the meteorological version of it. And Joke is wondering if we can see the orange pride. Well, it depends, Joke. If the center runway is going to close for departures, which I expect will happen later in the morning, then they will land relatively close by. And I think we might stand a chance actually of seeing the orange pride, since it is also coming from the west a little bit. So not all is lost. Do let me know. If the orange pride is in the vicinity of Schiphol Airport, then I will see if we can capture it. This is Aer Lingus flight 841 Shamrock, outbound Cork, A320. Scrolling and following an airplane, multitasking, not a good idea. 16-year-old airplane, first flight November 2007. Let me quickly turn around. There is a special livery Air Baltic A220 looking mean. Is it moving? It is moving, I think. Coming this way in a moment. What a majestic sight. No, it seems to be standing still. First, an Embraer 175. Outbound Humberside, KLM flight 1485. More Aer Lingus lining up. Massive big thank you to Marianne for your super sticker per character, lifting some weight, saying keep it up, I will definitely try to do my best. Thank you so much for your super sticker, Marianne. Now, I don't think I will be doing any weightlifting tonight. I still am a bit sore from last Friday. And wouldn't you believe just how tiny that vehicle looks in the background, like a dinky toy. Shows some perspective. Well, while we're waiting for airplanes to get clearance to take off, let's have a look at the queue. Delta, KLM, and back to Aer Lingus. This one, the other one was going to Cork, so this one almost certainly has to go to Dublin then, because I think those are the only two destinations Aer Lingus. Flies from to Amsterdam, and it is in fact Shamrock flight 603 A320. I'm hearing some movement in my vicinity. The A330 was next at the threshold, and the A220 is going to precede it because it then won't have to wait for the wake turbulence to dissipate. In the Estonian flag livery, this is Air Baltic flight 618 outbound to Riga. It's a pity that they opted not to paint the engines. And the whale sounds also on this airplane type. Now we know. So that whale sound has to do with the geared turbofan engine design. You also hear this often when E2s are landing. Often when I hear that sound and I'm walking outside and I'm looking up or around me or on flight radar, I think, oh, it's an E2, and 9 out of 10 times it is an E2 or an A220. Right, this airplane, 5 years old, first flight June 2018. Hey, Mocha! I believe that's the guy that I was also talking to back a couple of weeks ago when the dredging was taking place. He was also watching from his vehicle to the stream back then. Delta A330 outbound Detroit, Michigan. Delta Airlines Flight 133, 16-year-old airplane, first flight August 2007. There is a lady duck constantly circling here and quacking as she's flying circles. Just trying to capture them together in the same shot, but went too far to the left. Now, Lance, I don't think I know who you're referring to with O'Malley. Must be the early time of day, or I'm missing something. Volvo in the background and a truck. Alan, morning mate. Johanna, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Friesland. Mario, morgen. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan. One of two runways in use for departures at the moment. What wind there is blowing? There's hardly any, but is blowing from the west-northwest. And because there's a little bit of northern component in the wind, insofar as there's any wind blowing, we have departures to the north and arrivals from the south to the north. This is KLM Flight 1533, outbound to Teesside or Darlington, an Embraer 175. EasyJet in the background in the queue. BA and Schiphol, KLM, Schiphol. There were also a few Schiphol vehicles in the background that I saw. And the fourth day of the meteorological spring over here in the Netherlands. Calm weather, no rain is expected. Big picture wise, this is what the north looks like. Northwest, west, northeast, parallel departures, and also more airplanes to Polderbaan, in addition to what was already there. Another airplane outbound to London Luton. A320 EasyJet Flight 22514. Alright. Is that 737 coming this way? I think it is. I think it's going to be the next airplane. Outbound to Oslo, KLM Flight 1143. Looks like it's going to be a turn and burn. So this is KLM flight 1143 outbound to Oslo, 737-800, 13 years old. Joris is greeting us from Torhout in Belgium. Goedemorgen Joris, good morning. Now, BA, up next. Outbound London Heathrow, A319, Speedbird flight 429. Now, the engines seem to be a bit smoky. That's no surprise because this airplane is 23 years old. First flight was in July 2000. Time for some big birds. Once again. Up next, KLM flight 661, 7879 Dreamliner outbound to Houston, Texas. The airplane 8 years old. The first flight of this airplane, October 2015. Ooh, that's nice, Joanna. In 3 weeks, outbound to Las Palmas. Wandelvakantie? Hiken? Or just relaxing? Now, KLM 747 asks, any chance you are here tomorrow also? The answer is 0 chance, because I always have to work on Tuesdays and on Wednesdays. So sorry. But no dice. Thursday at the earliest I will return after today. Now, always a pity that we don't get to see it on our runway. Singapore, A359. A little bit of wing fluff. No time to waste. United. Flight 21. Triple 7-200 ER outbound Houston, Texas. The airplane 16 years old. First flight March 2007. Hey, and thank you, KLMer. If I were here, obviously, I would have loved to film your friends, but Tuesdays and Wednesdays are set days, set in stone. Mügentoleranz, Grüße zurück, schön dich auch wiedermals hier zu sehen. Herzlich willkommen. Hoff es geht dir gut. Alrighty. What is this? Taking to the sky. Georgian? Let me zoom out on flight radar and scroll over to the Georgian Airways, yeah, to Tbilisi. Bravely Luvis says, greetings from Quebec City, greetings back to Quebec. Zee, goedemorgen. Orange Pride arriving in 42 minutes. Fingers crossed that the center runway will be used for arrivals by then. And fingers crossed that we will see it land over there. In that case, we will be able to film it reasonably well. Oliver Drinkert says, Grüße aus Deutschland. Grüße zurück. Herzlich willkommen, liebe deutsch sprechende Zuschauer. Schön, dass ihr auch wiedermals dabei seid. This is British Airways, going to London City, BA City Flyer Flight 8496, Embraer 190. This airplane is 11 years old. The first flight was in April 2012. Carbike Paradise, tuning in from Rabat in Morocco. Morning, mate. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Triple outbound from the center runway. How about all the narrow bodies go to center and all the heavies go to Polderbaan? But this one is outbound to Johannesburg. Mini GE90s from the E2 Embraer spooling up. Scrolling back and forth on flight radar is distracting. Makes for a bit uneven following, apologies. This is KLM flight 1343 outbound to Billund. Relatively new airplane, 2 years old. First flight April 2021. And Alan, I did catch one mother ducker here, one grebe that dove under as expected almost immediately when it sensed the camera was pointing in its direction. Bomberon, good morning. Gravely Lewis, thank you for the kind words. It is an awesome view right here, standing in line with the taxiway from the main platform area to the Polderbaan area. Now, Alan, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Bomberon Gaming was gifted the membership. Don't forget to say thank you to Alan if you just received the membership. Alan, thank you so much for your support and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge Bomberon Gaming. Alrighty, SAS outbound Copenhagen, A320neo flight 552. Brand new airplane, first flight October 2023. Parallel departure still in progress by the looks of it. Wonder for how much longer. A330 outbound to Cape Town is also taking off from center right now. Oh, there it is already. was a 737 outbound to London Heathrow that passed in the foreground. Daisy Duck is once again flying behind me, making a ruckus. Oh, beautiful, wow. Well, no regrets that I chose to follow this airplane for a bit longer. That looked terrific, even though it was a bit pixelated because I'm now well into the digital zoom range of the camera. Almost 400 times. Back to the top end of optical zoom would result in this footage. So let's dive into the digital zoom and a little bit further. Also start following with my right hand. Makes for smoother footage. Right. In the meantime, more special liveries from Air Baltic. We already saw one, the blue one. The red one is also here. We're just missing the Rasta one. Latvia's 100 years anniversary special livery, Air Baltic flight 858, Bombardier C Series 300, or as they are called these days, A220 300s. There's also a bizjet taking off from center by the looks of it. Is that Max? No. He was elsewhere this weekend. Is that a Bombardier Global 6000 or something? Another tri-jet. Air Baltic, outbound Tallinn, flight 858. 5-year-old airplane, first flight September 2018. Sounded quite derated in terms of RPM and was also using a significant portion of the runway. But there you go. Hey there Donna, good morning. Halil, good morning. AZ Software, good morning. Webje Danny, goedemorgen, good morning. From the pushback department of Schiphol. Awesome guys. Chris and Curtis, done with swimming, back to land. Their cousins are still in the water. Yes, I think that's a grebe or a duck, a mother ducker. Let's look at the pipeline. Our next airplane looks like a Delta A330-300. Hey, Cathay Pacific A350 is also on the move. Surely not to our runway. Where is it? Hey, top of the morning, Evan. Senor Rodriguez, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Right. In the meantime, big picture wise, the sun over here being obscured a little bit, still by some high clouds, but you can definitely see bits of blue further up ahead. There's even a bit of a contrail visible. Looks like it is, the airplane is coming this way, but hard to see with a high degree of certainty. I think that Daisy is still flying circles. Huh? Where did she go? Oh, there. Oh, landed in the stream that is parallel. In fact, over here on both sides there is water. Where this is a grass field that is a bit wider, further up ahead towards the parking place, this bit of grass I'm standing in is basically becoming a dike with water on both sides. And Daisy just landed in the the left side of the water, which is lower than what we can see. Okay, Air Baltic in a regular livery. Well, in that case we don't have to see it up close. Not much lost. Now, I think we have traffic arriving from Frankfurt coming to us. Probably still in Germany, so far away. Looks like a twin jet insofar as you can make out any details from over here. The A330 is moving to the threshold. 737 is coming this way. And if you look on Flight Radar, you can see that there's actually a couple of big birds, big wide bodies coming this way. Taxiing to the north alongside the center runway. KLM to Quito. And a Delta to Minneapolis. I think the airplane to Quito is visible in the background. I am pretty certain that this 737-900 to Stockholm will precede the A330 that is to the right and now holding short of the runway threshold. It is not lined up yet, it's holding short. Right, KLM Flight 1109 is lining up. 737-900 outbound Stockholm. 19 years old. First flight April 2004. Alrighty. EasyJet also coming this way, outbound to Bristol. Embraer Airbus A319. Flight 22922, outbound Bristol. Now another Volvo flyby, drive-by, and Area 51. With excavators as cargo. Right, now time for the heavies. Delta Airlines Flight 143, outbound Seattle, Washington. So this is Delta Airlines Flight 143, outbound Seattle, Washington, A330-300. Kestrel, also visible. Now this not Kestrel is 16 years old, first flight July 2007. But what a nice coincidence. Is it still there? Nah, probably dove to catch a mouse or something. Alrighty, next up is a 777 outbound to Quito. This is KLM Flight 753, 777-200 ER, flight time, I'm automatically trying to say things that you say when you're filming arrivals. There is no flight time yet. This airplane is 20 years old already. The first flight was in October 2003. And Webje Denny says center runway is now closed for departure, so that means parallel arrivals. That's good news. Heightens the likelihood that we will be able to see the Orange Pride decently if it will be assigned to the center runway, of course. Let's do a quick update of the ticker down, at least the runway usage. Now folks, welcome to the show. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. We're standing along the Polderbaan, used for departures today, which doesn't happen very often, which is why I was confused just now, talking about flight time. Flight time to begin with. This runway is now the only runway in use for departures, if all is correct. And what you just heard pass by and are still seeing is Delta Airlines Flight 161, outbound to Minneapolis, Minnesota, an A330-300. 18 years old. It's become an adult. Will be turning 19 in May. Star Alliance SAS A319, outbound to Oslo, flight 822, The airplane is 16 years old. The first flight is was in October 2007. I need some coffee. What the F? Now this airplane, 16 years old, a bit younger than the previous one. Does have a nice modern look to it with the cockpit windows in sunglasses look. Alrighty. Does look like it is opening up a little bit. In fact, it looks like this border of cloudiness is somehow getting closer by, or at least I should say the blue behind it. What a picturesque picture. Look at the clouds being illuminated like so. Don't see that very often. Next up, Lufthansa Flight 989 A320, destination Frankfurt. The airplane, 13 years old, first flight April 2010. Looks like a TUI is coming first. Relocation flight, or is it a regular flight? Going to Groningen. The number 10 worldwide most tracked for some reason. 200 people. It's quiet on flight radar. Right, 737 from TUI, outbound to Groningen. For some reason it has even progressed to become the number 9 on flight radar. That is remarkable. No, let's listen and prepare for the next airplane to take off. Emirates, outbound to Dubai, flight 146, a 777-300ER. Opus 90 from General Electric, here we go. On its way back to Dubai, this 777-300ER, 7 years old, first flight September 2016. And okay, KLM flight 879 is coming up next, which is a 789, Boeing 787-9 outbound to Bangalore. And let's see, this airplane is 7 years old as well. First flight was in September 2016. And still that lighting with those clouds. You don't see that very often. Quite picturesque. Right, the next airplane coming this way is flying for Transavia, but is from ETF. Going to Porto in Portugal. It is already lining up at the threshold behind us. Let's turn around, have a look. Do get the impression that it might get a bit more sunny pretty soon. Also, approaches to center, this is what we can see of it from over here. So if the orange stripe will be assigned to center, let me know. Ah, now, thank you Maria, you are already chatting what I was thinking. Where is it flying right now? How far out is it? Obviously, I'm pretty far zoomed in on Flight Radar to see everything coming to the Polderbaan threshold, so need an additional set of eyes to show me or to tell me how far the orange sprite is away. ETF Airways flying for Transavia as flight 6001, outbound Porto in Portugal, 20-year-old airplane. Over Zeeland, okay, thank you Maria. So still 10 or so minutes at least away. The first flight of this airplane was in January 2004, and as you guys can see, the sun is starting to come out over here, which is nice. No. Big picture wise, this is what it looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Looking to the north, it does look like all over the place things are opening up. The clouds are dissolving a little bit. Looking to the west, looking to the east, looking directly, well, almost directly overhead, southeast. And looking to the south, there's even a little contrail that we can see. Well, not going to zoom in any further because it will go behind clouds in a moment. Up next, KLM flight 705 outbound Rio de Janeiro, 777-200. And Rajesh, I know that the Surinam A340 is inbound. Where is it currently? And Kriu is tuning in from the Philippines. Good evening. Johanna, goedemorgen. Thijs, goedemorgen. The next airplane is taxiing to the runway threshold. 777-300 outbound to Curaçao, Willemstad. The massive big thank you to Jeroen for your super chat, for a nice cup of coffee, boy. You deserve it, he writes. Thank you so much for that, Jeroen. Very much appreciated. That's a very generous cup of coffee that I can buy from that super chat. I will definitely make good use of that. Thank you so much, Jeroen. Now, while the 777 is also making its way over, let's do another quick overview of the weather. Let's refresh and see what's cooking. Wind is still blowing from the west northwest, still around 5 or 6 knots, 6 knots to Beaufort. Few clouds at 1700 feet. No significant changes are expected in the weather. Visibility is 10 plus kilometers. Few clouds at 1700 feet. 8 degrees Celsius or 46 degrees Fahrenheit is the current air temperature. And the center and left runways are being used for arrivals, having been confirmed now on the LVNL website. Air Traffic Control the Netherlands. This is KLM flight 735 outbound to Willemstad, Curaçao, a 777-300ER, 6 years old, first flight September 2017. And Emil is saying that in the north of the country there's no blue on the horizon. Well, it does look a bit more dark looking to the north, particularly to the northeast in the direction of Groningen. Huh. Right. Orange Pride currently flying past Rotterdam, so it is getting closer by. If it is established on the glide slope for center, do let me know. Or better yet, let me know when it is flying base to the glide slope, so that I can turn back in time. Parallel arrivals. You can see the airplanes flying to both runways. And this is TUI flight 511 outbound to Montego Bay. Let me quickly paste the meter from just now in the ticker, so that the latest weather is also visible for you guys in the ticker. Alright, here we go. TUI flight 511 7878. Going to Montego Bay. Really need that cup of coffee, Jeroen. Hey Paul, morning mate. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Right. TUI Dreamliner airborne. She's 9 years old. The first flight was in May 2014. Got the feeling that the wind is picking up a little bit. It was also a 6-knot wind just now, looking in the METAR. But I'm actually starting to feel a little breeze over here. You can actually see a bit more movement in the chimney smoke, and for the first time ripples in the water, albeit minute. And still that odd illumination of the clouds over there, looking a bit whitish. That's also what they look like in real life. Right, let me zoom out a little bit on flight radar. Surinam A340 is... Oh, is that coinciding with the Orange Pride? Yeah. So it looks like on flight radar the A340 might precede the Orange Pride. And the Contrail A350 is also coming this way by the looks of it. QJ asks, when do you expect the second Transavia A321neo? That's a great question, QJ. I'm afraid my answer is going to be very disappointing because I have absolutely no idea. I only know vaguely that it is expected later in the year, but don't know when. And all is well indeed over here, Paul. Got the feeling that the throat is slowly but surely clearing up a little bit, which is good. For a moment I was thinking, could it be whooping cough? But then again, wouldn't really matter what the cause would have been, because it's treated the same. Just wait it out. Yesterday I saw that Lockstock was on TV. Had a look. Almost forgot that Alan Ford is his name. The one that plays Bricktop was also in that movie. And Sting as the pub owner. I have to say, like Snatch better, and I think I might even like The Gentleman better than Lockstock, but Lockstock was what it all started. What started it all, I should say. Now, is that the Contrail A350 in the background? I think it might be. A couple of interesting planes are now coming to center, so I'm a bit further zoomed out on flight radar, which means I will not be able to read back all the details of the airplanes taking off right here. Of course, we saw Air Europa, the Dreamliner, outbound to Madrid, and this is an EasyJet A320neo. Indeed, JW Slijm already letting us know that the Orange Pride and the Surinam A340 coming from the south. Right, let's see. Ryanair, KLM, and then Surinam, and then Orange Pride. Okay, back to back. Right. Well, we're not on the front row to see landings on center, but you guys know by now the zoom on my camera is pretty decent. I am going to try to film the back-to-back arrivals of the KLM Orange Pride being preceded by the Surinam A340, both having been assigned to the center runway and on the glide slope already. So on my flight radar screen, I'm now over the province of South Holland with Alphen aan de Rijn center in my little postage stamp size screen. Just to make sure that I'm situationally aware of the airplanes of interest that are inbound. Alright, now number 2 for runway 36 center is the Surinam A340, arriving from Paramaribo, A340-300, which I think we should be able to see in the distance by now. I think there it is. Immediately behind it, also coming to center, is the Orange Pride, which is over there. So, Surinam Airways Flight 994, Airbus A340-300, arriving from Paramaribo. Flight time 8 hours and 24 minutes. The airplane is 15 years old. The first flight was in April 2008. Immediately being followed by the KLM 773-300, arriving from Cape Town. And we see a parallel arrival in the background. Not sure if that's the E2 Embraer arriving from Frankfurt. I think that's the E2 that is flying parallel to the Orange Pride. Now this is nearly 400 times zoom, digital zoom on top of the optical zoom. Now, should see the rollout over here. There you go. Alrighty, KLM Orange Pride up next to center. Let's quickly turn back. There we go, the 777-300ER, KLM Flight 598. Arriving from Cape Town, South Africa, where this airplane departed from 11 hours and 6 minutes ago. The airplane, of course, 16 years old, just as old as Chucky. First flight January 2008. Right, there you go. Orange Pride landed. And a United Dreamliner in the foreground, going to the runway threshold. United Flight 908, going to Chicago O'Hare, 787-10 Dreamliner. In the meantime, we missed a couple of airplanes taking off, including a BizJet. Got another airplane arriving in the background. That is an EasyJet A319 outbound to Naples, Napoli. And let's see, looking on flight radar, there's also a Delta A330 arriving. That is now coming this way around the threshold of the northern threshold of the center runway. Now, where was that again? I think, yeah, there we go. So there's the tail of the A330 that has just passed around the northern threshold of the center runway and is now taxiing back to the south on the west side of the runway, coming this way. Right, first up, United Airlines Flight 908, 787-10 Dreamliner destination, Chicago O'Hare, 1-year-old airplane, first flight October 2022. Now in the meantime, it is opening up over here. You guys can see more blue over here directly to the north, also to the northwest and west. Definitely opening up a little bit more. At the moment, currently standing in the sunshine over here, you can see it is opening up. Got even a contrail over there. Flying south of me right now, going to the northwest from the southeast. A bit hard to make out. It is a twin jet by the looks of it. So spring is upon us, finally. The next airplane to depart, EasyJet Flight 27987 A319 outbound to Napoli. Austrian registered, it's the OE-LQM, 15 years old. The first flight was in February 2009. Hey there, Joe, good afternoon, and all other viewers who have joined in the meantime. You're watching MS Live, my name is Boy, and we are standing along the Polderbaan, currently in use for departures. Wind is blowing from the west, a little bit from the north, which is why the departures take place to the north right now. At the moment, this is the only runway being used for departures, with the other north-south oriented runways being used for arrivals. It's the fourth day of spring over here, and you can see the sun is starting to shine a little bit. It was a bit more overcast earlier in the morning. We've got traffic coming this way. The first airplane to arrive, Delta Airlines Flight 73, going to Atlanta, Georgia. The A330, of which we saw the tail earlier as it was taxiing around the threshold, obviously will be taking off from the runway threshold. In the background, the next airplane to arrive behind it, is KLM flight 1303 outbound to Toulouse, Embraer 175. And the A350-1000 from Cathay seems to have been moved a little bit. I think it was a bit more to the right earlier. Seems to have been relocated. Now the question is the Embraer 175? Well, no need to finish the question. It is going to the threshold as well. Got an A320neo from SAS in the background, also coming this way, outbound to Stockholm. Right. Turn and burn for the A330. Atlanta, Georgia is its destination. Delta Airlines flight 73, an Airbus A330, 8 years old. First flight was in June 2015. Let's see. It's taking to the sky. Haven't seen any gear issues or aborted takeoffs from Delta A330s for a long time now. And here too, it seems that the gear is retracting normally. Perfect. Right. In the meantime, there is a nice contrail passing over here. Twin jets flying south of me. Let's see. Is that a 777? I think it might be. Now flying south of me. Going from, I think, Frankfurt to the United States. Or is it a Dreamliner? Might also be a Dreamliner. Little bit more zoom. Oh, losing it. Back. That was 400 times digital zoom. Now looking at the wing shape, I'm inclined to say this is a Dreamliner. Not so much a 777. Not Lufthansa. Right. Embraer 175 outbound to Toulouse. I'd much rather go to win. But that's a personal opinion. KLM flight 1303, Embraer 175, outbound to Toulouse. 7-year-old airplane, first flight January 2017. American Dreamliner, Frankfurt to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas. Thank you guys so much for chiming in. Righty. SAS up next. A320neo. And also, is that the Area 51 van? Don't know. No, it's Area 53. Doing a flyby. Drive-by. Right, next up is SAS, flight 556, A320neo, outbound to Stockholm. 2-year-old airplane, first flight January 2022. Hey Anne, good to see you, mate. Thanks for the kind words. I do get the feeling that I have my voice. I've started getting my voice back a little bit today. It's not fully over yet. Still sometimes have the urge to cough, but I do believe it is slowly getting better. Alrighty. Next up is going to be a BA City Flyer outbound to London City, Embraer 190. Flight 8452, 13-year-old airplane, first flight October 2010. Also got a Corendon 737 coming this way, going to Antalya, and a 787-10 Dreamliner that is now passing the northern threshold. Let's see, can we spot the tail? Should have been a bit further back already. There it is. Now, the Embraer is foregoing the entrance to the runway over here, so it will take off from the northern threshold. Also seeing the police helicopter on flight radar. Looking left of me. Not yet seeing it, though. Aviator René is watching from the treadmill. Nice footage, he says in Dutch. Multitasking at its finest, René. Doing a bit of cardio and watching airplanes. Righty, BA flight 8452, outbound to London City. This is the GLCYN registered Embraer, 13 years old, first flight October 2010. Yo, Alvin, what is up, my man? The Ultimate also back in the chat. Good to see you. Hope all is well. And Martijn says that the helicopter is still on the ground. Okay, that explains it. I saw it, but I didn't see it in... I saw it on flight radar, but I didn't see it in the air. Previous airplane in the background. Lovely to see that the sun is coming out more. You can see it is beautifully illuminating the airplane. If you just joined the show, welcome. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Standing at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left today. At the moment, the only runway being used for departures. All three north-south runways are in use. The other two are currently being used for arrivals. Started out the morning a bit cloudy. It is opening up altogether nicely. As you can see, more blue in the sky, in all quadrants of the sky. And while we focus on departures today, we did get to see the landing of both the Surinam Airways A340, directly followed by... Ah, there's the helicopter. Start the Airwolf tune. Well, let me not continue. I know I don't have the best voice. Well, it's not as impressive as an Apache that we also saw earlier, but still nice. Anyway, we saw the A340 land on center earlier, and it was immediately followed by the 777 orange prize from KLM. Despite the backlight of the sun, we did get to see them quite nicely. This is a Corendon A737 outbound to Antalya, and there is a 787-10 Dreamliner outbound to Panama City up next, coming this way. Not a lot of headshots today. Most of the airplanes opting to take a left-hand turn and go to the runway threshold. In the background you can see airplanes landing. Maria has to go. Thank you for joining, Maria. Enjoy the rest of your evening. See you on the next one. Penguin asks, what is your camera and lens? I use a Canon XA60, so that's a camcorder. Has a fixed zoom lens built into it. The zoom range is 20 times optical and is equivalent to, I believe, 29 to 600 and a little bit more millimeters in 35mm equivalent. Here we go, Corendon Airlines Flight 171 outbound to Antalya 737-800. 16 years old, first flight January 2008. Thought I heard frogs actually. Let's see, here we have the grebe once again, Gary the grebe. And in the meantime, let's quickly turn back because the Dreamliner is also ready to go. KLM Flight 757, it isn't a Boeing 757 but a 787-10 outbound to Panama City. The PHBKK, 3 years old, first flight December 2020. Oh, got a Duff inbound. And Gary has a companion. 2 grebes, 1 Duff. Now also, well, one of the companions immediately dove under. They're camera shy, as you all know. Hey. Jesus. Oh no, he's not walking over the water, but in the water. I thought for a moment it was Jesus. But there's somebody in the water walking over there. Are they measuring the depth? Might be. First time I've seen somebody in the water. You can definitely see that after the dredging it has become a bit deeper. Was knee deep before, but now definitely waist deep. In the meantime, we're waiting for the next airplane to come this way. The question is, which one is going to be the next one? Think the Delta to New York JFK, which is now turning. That's not it, is it? Is that it? No. Of course not. That's KLM. That's EasyJet. Right. I think Delta Airlines Flight 49 is going to be the next airplane to come this way. The 777 to Sao Paulo in the SkyTeam livery. Is that taking off from the... Is that taking off from the center runway? Going to Sao Paulo? Looks like it might be. That's a Delta A330. A350 to Taipei is also on the move. Hey, the Delta A330 is crossing the center runway, shortcutting. Well, it is the next airplane to come this way, but in the meantime, let us also have a look and see what's going on over there. Alright, the man has walked back. Are they just... Is that to measure the depth? Maybe Han already wrote something about it. I see that he says with a GPS antenna. It does look like there's something on the top of that stick. Probably to measure the depth. Gold diggers. No, all the gold was already taken. Taken by the excavators, and then I robbed them. So that is safely somewhere in Switzerland now, in an undisclosed bank account. Got another quad jet flying south of us. Fireworks being set off behind me, and this looks like an A340-600 question mark. Lufty. It's already south of me and a little bit southwest of me actually. Does also sound like they are setting off fireworks north of us. Oh, and both grebes have returned in the meantime over here. Let's have a look. Gary and his companion. There is a runway inspection going on right now. I think that the bird controller is now on the runway. One of the Raptor Rangers. Is that K4? Yeah, K4. The culprit of the fireworks that you might have heard just now. Now in the meantime, Big Bird's taking off from center. The PHBVD, the 777-300ER in the SkyTeam livery, outbound to Sao Paulo. KLM Flight 791. The airplane 14 years old, first flight August 2009. Lighting is a bit unfortunate with backlight not properly showing us the beautiful SkyTeam livery on this particular airplane. In the meantime, the A330 has arrived over here, has just made the left-hand turn to the last bit leading to the runway threshold. So we're not missing anything just yet. Still a bit of wing fluff over the top foil of the wings, as you guys can see. And now we can see the SkyTeam livery in its glory. Does look best when it is illuminated by the sun directly. Looks a bit pixelated because I'm now using digital zoom. Almost 400 times zoomed in. This is a bit more towards the top end of the optical zoom range. And goedemiddag Dennis, Alex and all other viewers who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live with parallel departures once again in progress. Time for a heavy combo shot. Almost crossing each other directly. The Chinese A350 outbound to Taipei. Meanwhile, let's get ready for the A330 spooling up now. Delta Airlines Flight 49 outbound to New York JFK. Now this airplane is 7 years old. The first flight was in May 2016. Looks like the gear is retracting as it should. Now another heavy hitter is lining up behind us, so let's quickly turn back. KLM Flight 743 outbound to Lima, 777-200. ER, as I believe all of them are. 20 years old, first flight January 2004. Now in the meantime I see that the whole coot family is swimming towards us. They are probably being chased away by the people in the water. Look at that. 3, 4, 5 at least are coming this way. No, there's even a 6th. Hard to see. The R6. Well, the canal definitely has been dredged. You can see waist deep and even belly button deep at some points now. In the meantime, we'll have to wait a bit for the next airplane to Polderbaan. This is Croatian outbound to Zagreb, A319, flight 451. 26 old already, this airplane, millennial. First flight was in January 1998. Yo. Hoe is het, jongens? Ja, druk bezig.
Ja, altijd druk, hè? Lekker vakantie gehad?
Ja, alleen met verkoudheid teruggekomen helaas.
Nee, ik ben ook een week zwaar.
Loopt nog steeds een beetje met een schorre keel.
Ja, ik ook, man.
Maar verder gaat hij goed.
Ja, beter.
Hebben jullie een filmcrew meegenomen of zo?
Ja, ik sta AMS live zie, dan moeten wij hier ook even heen gaan. Ja, doe even mee aan de documentaire.
Een documentaire?
Ja, ze wilden even wat plekjes zien
Oh.
met geluid.
Nice.
Geluid. Ze hadden zoiets van, komen hier ook even.
Ja, tuurlijk. Nou ja, ik ben benieuwd. Wanneer komt het uit?
Ik zou het zo even
4 april volgens mij.
Oké.
Ik zou het zo zeggen.
Ja, prima. Oh, prima. Oh, ja, natuurlijk. Ja, nee, die zijn lichtcamera, die hoort het allemaal.
Oh, je zet een nieuwe camera in?
Ja, maar het is gewoon precies hetzelfde. Alleen wat meer pixels op het uitklapscherm.
Kun je echt merken dan wat beter is?
Nee, het maakt geen verschil. Het is dezelfde sensor. Het is allemaal precies hetzelfde. Alleen ik moest gewoon iets hebben omdat het er waarschijnlijk een paar weken zou gaan kosten voordat er een nieuwe kwam. Dus...
Ik heb nu ook die statief gehad.
Wat zei je?
Is dat de M of?
Dit is de M.
Ja, maar precies. Ik heb die ook. Een stuk beter.
In the meantime, the guys from Euro Aviation TV are here. There's also a TV crew here, apparently making a documentary, and they are they're filming some footage over here of the spots that, we are live streaming from. So there's actually a film crew up ahead, which for privacy purposes I'm not going to show, but believe me that they are there. apparently in April there's a documentary coming out, but the details I will be informed about later. In the meantime, there is another airplane approaching the threshold, about to take off in a few moments, going to Aberdeen, and it's an Embraer 190 KLM flight 1445, 12 years old, first flight January 2012.
Oké boy, ik message je later, ja?
Is goed man. Hey, fijne dag jongens. Oh, I was trying to highlight the super chat from Alvin, but see that the chat on my laptop was frozen. We'll do that in a minute. I have seen it made. Oh, poor coots. They're also now chased away from where they were in the water. We already saw a couple of guys walking over here and the coots have gone. Depth measurements, I think. In the meantime, we have Finnair also coming this way. A321 arriving from, going to Helsinki. Keep saying arriving from because we're so used to seeing arrivals on this runway. But a massive big thank you to the Ultimate for your super sticker. Shiva Dog moves his arm saying goodbye. I hope you're still around to hear me say goodbye to you, Alvin. It was a pleasure to have you again. And stop it with the super chat. You're doing more than enough as it is already as a moderator. So thank you so much. See you on the next one. It's 12 o'clock, the first Monday of the month. And that is what you're hearing. Testing of the alarm. Indicative of it being 12 p.m. right now in the Netherlands. This is Finnair flight 1302 A321 outbound to Helsinki. The airplane is 6 years old. The first flight was in March 2017. And I will take care, Alvin. See you on the next one. Hopefully. Alrighty, let's go. Right. That is another triple. Emirates. Outbound Dubai. Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9916. In the meantime, don't see any contrails in the immediate vicinity, so we'll have to wait a little bit for the next airplane to take off from Polderbaan. The next airplane to arrive to Polderbaan is going to be this Speedbird flight 431 outbound to London Heathrow, 15-year-old airplane. And there is also a couple of big birds coming this way by the look. No, just one. 777-300 outbound to Nairobi is now taking off in the background. KLM 5565 going to Nairobi in Kenya. 777-300 ER. The airplane 3 years old. First flight January 2021. Hey, Aphrodite also in the chat. Good to see you. Happy Monday. And Adri says no alarm in Julianadorp, North Holland. No cause for alarm. If that's a good thing when the alarms are tested, I don't know. Nice combo shot still with the triple. Now, there is another Dreamliner coming this way, going to Washington, but it is still further away, so we'll have to wait a little bit. In the meantime, there is a Dreamliner going to Mumbai that is on its way. KLM flight 877, and there it is, the 787-10 Dreamliner. The airplane is 4 years old. The first flight was in November 2019. You can see how much those wings are already curved right now. The flex. You can also hear the guy in the water walking through the water. And in the meantime, the British Airways is coming this way. Hi. This is Speedbird flight 431 outbound to London Heathrow. A320. Oh, pressed on London Heathrow now. My map is over London Heathrow. Flight radar. As I was trying to get the age of the airplane. 15 years. The first flight was in November 2008. Now, next to me is standing a lady of the documentary makers who is probably wanting to say something to me. So yeah, apologies if I'm going to give her some of my attention right now as we're waiting for the next airplane to make its way over to the runway. United flight 947, which is still a few minutes from departing to Washington. Hi, sorry, ik ben de hele tijd bezig. Dus,
daarom wacht ik.
Ja, nee, dank je.
Maar ik wou je ook even vertellen wat we aan het doen zijn.
Ja.
Voor het programma Focus.
Focus, oh ja.
Misschien kan je dat je fans ook nog vertellen.
Ja.
Het het is een wetenschapsprogramma. Elke donderdag om 9
Ken
uur
het.
op NPO 2.
Ja,
Oké.
leuk.
En deze gaat over geluid.
Oh, oké,
En
ja.
waarom de een vliegtuig een hinderlijk geluid vindt en de ander niet.
Oh, dus dan gaan jullie ook nog mensen met misofonie die niet tegen
nou,
chips...
Die gaat weer een beetje
Oh.
verder. Dat houden we
Ja.
even, dat hebben we al eens een keer eerder gedaan. Maar het gaat meer over waarom vinden mensen, sommige mensen geluid stom.
Ja.
Dus daar gaat het om.
Nou, leuk, leuk.
Ik begin met vliegtuigen, want iedereen heeft... Je hebt enorme fans.
Ja.
En je hebt mensen die vinden het minder vrij. Vind jij het heel goed? We hebben net even jou al gefilmd.
Mhm.
Vind je oké? Mogen we ook nog eens even... Ik vind dit zo interessant. Mogen we dat ook nog even?
Oh, zeker, ja hoor. Ja hoor, tuurlijk. Ja, ja is goed. Ja, tuurlijk, leuk. Ja. So, on Dutch national TV, there's a series that makes documentaries, focus, and they're making a documentary about noise and how some people like certain noises and other people don't. And one of the most splitting noises that there is, of course, airplane noises, with some people liking it, such as us, and other people are hating it. So now my setup, as most of you will know, is a bit more elaborate than that other people have over here with a cart and whatnot, so they're also going to take a few shots of it. Just zoomed out, here they are with gear that I can only drool about, professional level cameras, mounts and microphones. I wish I could put a blimp on my camera so that I could also film proper sound. Without wind noise during storms. But you need a camera guy with a boom pole or somebody who is holding a blimp by hand to steer it in the direction of the sound source. Anyway, this was United Airlines Flight 947 outbound to Washington. A 10-year-old airplane, first flight December 2013. In the meantime, we are going to see, well, I hope it's going to be a special livery. Norwegian in the Fridtjof Nansen livery, or at least that's what it says on flight radar. In the meantime, the camera crew, the cameraman, and the sound up with a blimp. I wish. Do you know if you can put a blimp on a mic like that? Because that is what I need during storms. Because the dead cat is insufficient when it. Awesome.
You can put this on the cameras now. Je kan dit, moet ik het Engels zeggen?
Oh nee, maar mag ook wel in het Nederlands. Ik ben gewoon eventjes nieuwsgierig.
Nee, maar je kan gewoon, dit kan je gewoon daarop zetten. Natuurlijk, er zijn beugeltjes voor.
Beugeltjes. Want ik heb hier natuurlijk alleen een shoe mount zitten. En ik heb hier een houder om mics in te klemmen. Dus ik ben wel benieuwd van hoe zou je dat... Via de shoe mount, oké. Want wat voor attachment zit er aan die blimp dat je...
Je zou anders eens een keertje...
Ik moet even focus. Ik moet gewoon even een keertje naar focus in Hilversum. Ja.
Dat zou ik doen.
Ga ik dan eens een keertje kijken. Ik ben al de hele tijd aan het kijken naar een blimp voor storm. Talking a little bit of technicalities with the audio man over here, as the cameraman with a beautiful Sachtler Flowtech mount that I'm also would very much like to have at some point in time is crouching behind me to make a video of my laptop where you can see the footage. So let me also show some of the footage then. Let's focus on the airplane that is taking off right now. It is the Norwegian 737-800 outbound to Stockholm in the Fridtjof Nansen livery, which I probably mispronounce. Carefully have to step a little aside. To make that smooth pan. Now this airplane is 13 years old. The first flight was in November 2010. We can even add a little bit of digital zoom to show the gear retracting.
Mag je bijboeken? Nee man.
Hey man. Right, well, there's now a camera guy with a big ass camera standing right behind me. Let me just try to do my thing as normally as I can. The next airplane lining up is another KLM 737-800, KLM Flight 1185 outbound to Bergen. The airplane is 23 years old. The first flight was in May 2000. And there's another EasyJet coming, A319, outbound to Southend. There it goes. Cameo by the 53 van that has been moving back and forth, accompanying the excavators.
Nice. Super.
Top.
Wat je ook kan doen,
Ja,
is gewoon alleen maar zo'n stormkap kopen
ja.
en die gewoon hier overheen trekken.
Dat je niet de dead... Of je doet hier nog overheen. Dus dat je doet... Ja,
Die
over.
gewoon los.
En dan doe je hem erover terwijl de deadcat er al op zit. Dat je een
Ja.
soort tweede deadcat hebt.
Goedkoper. Als dat niet werkt, kun je altijd nog...
Hé, dat is een goed idee.
dat scheelt, dat zal ook wel eens
Dat is een goed idee, maar dit is natuurlijk... Het gaat er gewoon om dat je een windstille ruimte krijgt. Dus het gaat erom dat je wat meer dead space krijgt.
Dat scheelt je dan niet, want ze zijn zo'n enerzijds een stuk duurder.
Ja. Ja, goed, weet je, als de investeringen... Ja, weet je, het stormt... Ja, afgelopen winter heeft het hier ook 5 keer gestormd en je hoort gewoon heel veel die windruis. Ook,
Ja,
ik heb
dat
ook
begrijp ik, dat is veel te weinig.
precies, ik heb ook geprobeerd... Ja, ik heb ook geprobeerd om het allemaal af te plakken. Het maakt eigenlijk niet zoveel verschil, dus het is...
Wat ik zou doen is zo naar de herrieboerderij gaan,
Ja?
in Duivendrecht.
Ja?
En die kun je verder helpen. Die gaan
De herrieboerderij in Duivendrecht,
Ja.
thank you. Awesome.
Hey, succes.
Hey, dankjewel. Wanneer komt het document?
4 april.
4 april.
4 april.
10 voor 9, ladies and gentlemen, NPO 2, Dutch National Television, April 4th. If you are interested in seeing me and Euro Aviation TV, better tune in. You can probably also watch it back on over the internet. NPO start. Guys, thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Right, great tip from the sound operator there. Here's the crew, filmed from behind. Because of the privacy. With a blimp and a boom pole and a big ass camera. Right. Right, let's see. Our next airplane is JetBlue A321neo outbound to Boston, Massachusetts, flight 632, and that is expected in a few moments. The airplane is relatively new. First flight was in June 2022. Oh, dat is AMS Live. Als je naar YouTube gaat en AMS Live, dan vind je mijn content. Hey, top man. Fijne dag. Doei doei. Well, I will clue you guys in via the community section once the time gets near. Let me also see if I can find a link that when you're not in the Netherlands you can also watch the documentary. Probably going to be interesting regardless of whether you see my face or not. In the meantime, Turkish A330 taking off to Istanbul, flight 1952. 12-year-old airplane, first flight April 2011. Hans says, AMS Live, never heard of that. Absolutely don't know what you're talking about. Well, this guy sounds similar, but he sounds a bit different from that other guy from AMS Live. This one sounds a bit hoarse. Well, seems that they did some work on the engine casing. They replaced it and they didn't get around to painting it just yet by the looks of it. Anja, the program is called Focus, so if you watch in the TV guide you will probably see, I'm assuming it has a fixed airing time each weekday or day of the week that they are broadcasting. Alrighty. Now, Area 53 is severely in our way. Well, not severely, but a little bit. Here we go, JetBlue flight 632 A321neo outbound to Boston, Massachusetts. The airplane a year old, first flight June 2022. So the camera, the sound guy, the sound professional, gave me a tip to also buy a dead wombat. So that is the furry thing that you do around blimps, and put that around the mic when it has the dead cat on first. And if that doesn't work, you can always upgrade to buying a full blimp to get less wind rumble during windy days. So that is definitely a good tip that I didn't think of myself, and what I am going to purchase then. And Aphrodite says that somebody she knows is going to Willemstad in the TUI that is expected to depart around 1 o'clock. Well, I think that is well within the range of us being here still. So, do you know the flight number, Aphrodite? Is it a Dreamliner? Yeah, it probably is. Anyway, I'm a bit behind now. This is KLM flight 935 outbound to Dublin, Ireland, 737-800. Right, OR365, duly noted. Give me a heads up so that I don't miss it. Well, no, I'm not going to miss it because it's going to take off from the Polderbaan regardless. It's going to the west, so it would be really weird if it wouldn't take off from the runway we are standing next to. Hopefully it won't get delayed significantly. Oh, and I already missed that Adri was saying goodbye. See you on the next one. I'm scrolling up because I also want to thank Thijs first of all for your super sticker. Thank you so much, Thijs. Video game controller spins around as the word GLHF appears behind. Wow. Thank you so much for that. And also a big thank you to Hans, who just now gifted 5 memberships. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say dankjewel to Hans. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Hans, thank you so much. That is very generous of you. Now look closely and you will see that this is the previous standard livery of KLM with the straight line between the blue top and the white bottom, running from the nose to the tail. More doves passing by. More airplanes to Dublin. This is Ryanair flight 421, 737-800. The airplane is 16 years old. The first flight was in September 2007. Now we haven't seen Chucky yet, have we? I thought it was also expected to take off somewhere around the end of the morning, beginning of the afternoon. First up, Ryanair outbound to Dublin. She looks shiny. Yet was 16 years old already. Righty, up next, KLM flight 4075, going to Glasgow. (737-800). This airplane is 16 years old. First flight January 2008. Now, let's see. I see that the airplane is on the move, outbound. We also have an A330neo coming this way. Let me also lubricate my throat with a little bit of H2O. Here we go. Right, looks like there is an ITA taking off to Rome on center. ITA Airways A321neo flight 107. And with the sun being out, she probably will look lovely. So let's look and see. ITA Airways flight 107 outbound to Rome. Brand new airplane. The first flight was in January this year. It's even newer than Transavia's A321neo. Now, would you believe it? The sun is actually shining over here. Looks sunny all over. Looking to the north, this is what it looks like. Northwest, west, the east, southeast, and the south. Things are opening up. It's feeling spring-like, and all the while I was standing here with gloves on, with free fingertips, without any heating. Yesterday was the first day I didn't need to use the heated gloves anymore, and now the gloves have even come off. Air France up, outbound to Lyon. Air France flight 1795, Embraer 170. 14-year-old airplane, first flight June 2009. And A380 above Almere, dankjewel Aphrodite. Now, I think that the A380 is going to land on the right runway. The wrong runway, but the wrong runway being 36 right. Has anybody checked? Must be, since it is the only runway being used for arrivals right now. Or are they going to switch to a single departure runway once again? Well, and then still, the likelihood of it going to the right, runway right is very high. While we're waiting for next traffic to get closer and start taking off, another departure. This is Swiss going to Zurich. A320 flight 731. The airplane is 27 years old, ladies and gentlemen, a true millennial. March 1996 when it first began flying. And Wendy is saying that still no sun or blue sky in Heerenveen. Man, I wish I could blow some of the sunshine to you guys over in the north. Normally it is always Rick who is teasing me that it is more sunny over there in the north than it is where I am standing from and filming from. So really a pity. I feel for you, Wendy. I wish I could do something to change it. Now, looking to the north. You can definitely see that there are still more clouds up ahead further to the north. It's typical. Yesterday too, the Netherlands is a small country, but you can see big differences in weather. Yesterday too, and today seems to be no different in that respect. In the meantime, hey Rick, speaking of Mr. Meister, he heard me talking about him and there he is again. Delta A330 is almost lined up. It is near the threshold. In the meantime, more departures from center. This one has winglets and not so big engines. This is an Embraer 190. And you're absolutely right, Wendy. Your time will come. Now time for Delta Flight 37, an A330neo outbound to Orlando, Florida. Now this A330neo is relatively new still, obviously 2 years in fact. First flight was in March 2022, so this little baby turned 2. Big baby, big baby. And Jeroen is informing us that the A380 is now above Loosdrecht, so that is in the vicinity of Utrecht, a bit to the north. It is coming. I'm also looking a little bit to the right already, see if I can see it. When we were standing next to the Polderbaan 06 in the summer. We saw that go around. And we were able to film the entire circuit of the A380, as it was also flying over Vinkeveen and whatnot. Now Vinkeveen is not too far from Loosdrecht. We are a bit further to the north than where we were positioned back then. Let me also have a look on flight radar. Okay, yeah, got it. Flying west of Utrecht, downwind. I think the line of trees is in the way. Now, glide slope. Hey, hey, hey. Mother effer. Gotcha. Even when the airplane is flying over the center of the Netherlands, this mofo is so huge, and with good visibility, we're still able to find it. I was hoping we would be able to see it, but I didn't expect it, truth be told. And you can see there are clouds in the meantime in between it and us. And it will look pixelated AF when it shows again. But that's because it is now over the heart of the Netherlands. We saw it a little bit. It's in the clouds. Oh, there it is. Right, it is approaching the glide slope. Meanwhile, a turn and burn is in progress over here, so let's watch. Now I'm all the way over the south of the Netherlands and zoomed out significantly in flight radar. And Rick, shut the F up. Right, there we go. Got the details. This is KLM flight 929, Embraer 175, outbound to Inverness, Scotland. 5 years old, first flight, April 2018. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, members, get out that playtime emoji. It is that time again. There's the A380. Looking rather crisp actually, as the gear is extending. Hey, John, JD, good to see you fellas, perfect timing. All other viewers who have joined us just now, welcome to the show. AIM is live. Departures from Polderbaan, and this is play. The A320neo outbound to Reykjavik, flight 461. All right. As Air Canada is moving to the threshold. The Emirates A380 Super is approaching the center runway. Emirates flight 147, no, not the center runway. The wrong runway, runway right. Emirates flight 147, returning from Dubai. Flight time average 6 hours 36 minutes. I think we are going to lose it rather soon. The airplane 9 years old, the first flight of this particular one, March 2014. Maybe a glimpse? Not when the... No. No dice! Back to Air Canada flight 809 then. Outbound to Toronto, Canada. Airplane 9 years old, first flight May 2014. Right, parallel departure still very much in progress. It is getting a bit more busy. Embraer 190 up next, outbound to Edinburgh, already lined up. E2 Embraer 195 to Copenhagen, now number 2. This is KLM flight 1281, outbound to Edinburgh, 8-year-old airplane, first flight November 2015. E2 Embraer up next, another Embraer 190 to Göteborg. Behind it, I see that there's an A330neo outbound to Boston on the move. There's also a 777 now going to Delhi, taking off from center. And also a massive big thank you to Arjan for just now gifting 5 memberships. If you were one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you, Arjan, of dankjewel, Arjan. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Very generous of you. Thank you so much, Arjan. Oh, and flight to Willemstad is delayed until 13:18. Well, last time we were here, it was starting to get busy around 1 o'clock. So, as long as there are plenty of interesting airplanes coming, I'm sure we'll be entertained until then. Make that the last airplane of the day. Right. Yoka asks if I'm not hungry. Actually, on some days I am by now, on other days I'm not. And today is one of those days that I feel relatively okay. Also no full bladder yet because I hardly drank any water. But I now think it is time to fill up on a little bit of water. Hey, there's also an A350-1000 to Hong Kong on the move. Probably going to the wrong runway, the center runway. No, wait, that's being used for... No, that's for departures. There's parallel departures. Meh. Bummer. E2 E2 Embraer outbound to Copenhagen, KLM flight 1129. The airplane 2 years old, the first flight was in October 2021. Hey. Was that Gary the Grebe? I think it might have been. I do see. One of the grebes over there. And in typical fashion, diving under. Righty. Up next is KLM flight 1155 outbound Göteborg, Embraer 190, 10 years old, first flight October 2013. Doing a little bit of hydrating in the meantime, as we're waiting for the Embraer to be given clearance to take off. Rodney says, good morning from a chilly West Virginia. Love your stream. Thanks for the kind words, Rodney. Welcome back. Hopefully the central heating works over there. If it is chilly. It was also on the news yesterday that in parts of West United States parts of California and Nevada, a couple of feet of snow had fallen, and they showed footage on the news of a person opening the front door and not being able to go out because there was like 5-6 feet of snow immediately in front of the door. Hope things are not so bad where you are living, Rodney. That looked quite quite extreme. Now another E2 is making its way over to the runway threshold. It is KLM flight 1345 outbound to Billund in a few moments. Another E2 Embraer, this one a year old. The first flight of this airplane was in March 2022. Fritz, good to see you too. Oh, that was that was too Yorkshire to Paul. Regardless, a warm welcome to everybody. I think that the A350-1000 is in the queue to take off from center as expected. On the way to us, I should say, is an A330neo to Boston from Delta. By far the quietest engines in the game for insofar as airplanes visiting Schiphol, the E2 Embraers and the A220s. And what a lucky break for us to catch two special liveries of Air Baltic this morning. The blue one and the red one. Did not get to see the Rasta one, but I'm pretty sure we will at some point again see it. More departures from center. Let's see, that is KLM flight 1255 outbound to La France, to Rennes, I should say. Rennes, which means run in Dutch, which is something different altogether. Embraer 175. Right, JD has to get back to work. Well, JD, thank you so much for joining. I hope to see you on the next one. Take it easy. Couple of airplanes visible right now. In the foreground, Delta Airlines A330neo going to Boston, Massachusetts, flight 243. In its wake is KLM flight 1919, outbound to Gdansk in Poland, and Embraer 175. There's another duo coming this way. In the background we have a KLM 737-800 outbound to Paris, Charles de Gaulle, KLM flight 1233. And that's two more Embraer 190s back-to-back coming this way as well. Let's see what the people in the tower are doing. It's not too warm yet, so not too much heat distortion, and it is relatively wind still, so using a bit of additional digital zoom. While we're waiting, Austrian A320 just took off. Wouldn't it have been awesome if that would have passed through the windows in the background? I'm sure that if you keep filming this point of view long enough, at some point you will see an airplane taking off from center that you will see through the windows in the background. That would be terrific. Not now though. And Embraer 175 that will be going to Gdansk has overtaken the A330neo and is going to take off right away. KLM flight 1919, Embraer 175, outbound to Poland, to Gdansk. And with the pilot, the captain, keeping his hand on the control panel, I'm thinking it is the first officer that is the pilot flying on this flight. The captain only has to use his right hand, or has to have his right hand available to pull the throttle back if they have to abort before V1. I think you're right, Joke. Joke says that those people in the tower will probably have a nice view, and I think you are absolutely right. Who knows, maybe someday we'll get invited to have a look in the tower. That would be nice. In the meantime, we'll have to make do with ground-based footage, and this is the A350-1000 that we already saw a couple of times in the background. Cathay Pacific, outbound Hong Kong. The airplane 5 years old. First flight June 2018. In the meantime, the A330neo is also spooling up, going to Boston, Massachusetts. Right, Delta Airlines flight 243 outbound to Boston, Massachusetts. The airplane is 4 years old. The first flight was in May 2019. And thank you for the update, Aphrodite. Next up, one of the two Embraer 190s. The first one going to Stavanger, the second one going to Aalborg. Even a bit of heat waves. Who would have thought? Cabidela? Cabidela? Don't know where to put the accent. The stress in that name says hello from Portugal. Bom dia, welcome. And all other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. This is KLM Flight 1201, waiting for clearance. Has to wait until the wake turbulence has dissipated a little bit. Embraer 190, outbound Stavanger. 14-year-old airplane, first flight October 2009. And Johnny says, talk Dutch. No way. Then most people watching this channel would not be able to understand me. Okay, Johnny, bye-bye. Haven't eaten in a while, so if I am going to feed someone, it is going to be me and not any trolls. Next up, another Embraer 190, and is that? No, that's a 737 coming this way. This is KLM Flight 1333, Embraer 190 outbound to Aalborg. 10 years old, first flight December 2013. And the 737 coming this way is going to go to Newcastle in a few moments. KLM Flight 959 73 7700. More trucks. Photobombing. This one was a Scania. Hey there, ball scratchers. Good to see you again. Shamara, good day to you too. Welcome back. And so Niels is asking, what plane will be the last one for today? Well, I think it's going to be TUI Flight 365. That is expected to depart in half an hour or so from now. Someone Aphrodite knows is on that plane, so unless a lot of heavies are going to depart around that time as well. For now it looks like that is going to be the last airplane. Right, hey. Have they changed runways again? Is that going to center or to... yeah, that's Vueling. The first airplane back to center. So once again, Polderbaan, the only runway being used for departures. That is good news for you guys. Bad news for me because it means a lot of heavies also coming this way. That makes it harder to decide to stop the stream. There's quite a few airplanes now underway. Reminds me a little bit of that rush hour we also had a week ago. At the moment, mostly narrow bodies in the distance, but there are also heavies coming this way. Let's see, what did I put in the... Oh yeah, well, did not update when it was parallel departure, so now everything is back in order. Ball Scratchers asks, are you okay, mate? You've been coughing a little bit. Mate, I've been coughing and have been having a cold since I returned from my skiing trip 2 weeks ago. The cold infection itself resolved within a week. The clogged nose, etc. But then all of a sudden I started getting a dry cough, and that has been a pain in the ass to get rid of. Slowly but surely getting there, but this is the 3rd week now. Feeling perfectly fine otherwise, but my voice sounds a bit hoarse and I still sometimes have an unstoppable urge to cough because there's an itch in my throat. Halil asks about KLM 747s. I have no idea. They are not very frequently seen, so I wouldn't count on it too much. I'll do my best. Thank you so much, Ball Scratchers. Right. Embraer 175 outbound to Frankfurt. KLM flight 1767 up first. The airplane 7 years old. First flight March 2016. Right. KLM flight 1809 is next. Outbound to Dresden. Embraer 190, 14 years old, first flight September 2009. That's a good suggestion towards D and automatic camera, focus and follow planes. Yeah, well, looking at the success that automated cameras are having in London, I think you might be onto something. Then again, I do like being out and operating the camera myself and interacting with you guys, which is exactly why I tried to get this channel to a size that it is going to be my primary source of income at some point, hopefully. Because my day job is already sitting inside behind the laptop all day, and that's just not something that I see myself doing until retirement. So by automating the whole filming thing, which is the fun part, I think it would also make having a YouTube channel less fun for me. Right, next up, KLM flight 1825 outbound Berlin, 737-800. Well, Paul, I have seen fragments of it. But in my YouTube studio, where I can see all the statistics of the channel, my channel, I can also see what other viewers of the channel are watching, and the list is almost exclusively consisting of flight focus and also the occasional airline videos and LA flights video. So, and of course, truth be told, I have to say I am a bit jealous of the way that channel is growing, but then again, if you are streaming for 8 to 12 hours a day all year round, it can go quickly. Right. Let's see. There's a triplet of airplanes coming this way. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see it a bit better. And there is another slew coming that is now taxiing south on the west end of the center runway. Coming this way. And have a nice day to Rick. And good morning to Paul, other Paul, Sir Faircloth. The rush hour is beginning, ladies and gentlemen. EasyJet A319, KLM 7879, KLM 777-200. Twice. The one turning around the corner is going to Narita, to Tokyo. Will the EasyJet take a right-hand turn? Or as many planes have done before, yeah, continue taxiing to the threshold. Not a lot of headshots today, I already mentioned it before. Don't know why. Now the heavies are almost certainly going to go to the threshold, so not even going to look. The alert is informing us about an expected departure of a 747 around 1:30. Now, the problem I have with those estimated departures of 747s, cargo 747s, is that they are often incorrect. Often when you see, when I look at the expected arrivals and you look in the arrivals list, they say expected around such and such time according to schedule, and you see on flight radar that they're not even airborne yet. It seems that the flight times of cargo planes is very random. So unless it is already live when the Corendon, the TUI to Curaçao is taking off, I'm not going to stick around for it because chances are it might be delayed or something. Rolf, yes, it is Focus. Actualiteitenprogramma Focus, you know, like Zembla is also one of those documentary programs. Focus is also one. Adi Genrosek, goedemiddag, good afternoon. And all other viewers who might have tuned in. Leroy is saying that the Singapore 747 is planned for 3-6 center. I have seen only one 747 today, and that was when I was setting up, and that was a Cargo Lux also taking off from center. This is KLM Flight 667 outbound Austin, Texas, 7879 Dreamliner. This airplane is 7 years old. The first flight was in April 2016. KLM Flight 667, outbound Austin, Texas. Unfortunately, cannot linger too long on following the airplane because there's another heavy already lining up behind me. 777-200, outbound to San Jose. There you go. KLM Flight 721, 777-200ER, 19-year-old airplane, first flight March 2004, destination San Jose, 777-200ER. The next flight lining up behind me is another 777-200. This one going to Tokyo Narita. Well, I should say Narita because it isn't really Tokyo. It's an hour train ride away from Tokyo's center. 18-year-old airplane, first flight February 2006. So Niels is asking about KLM Asia. That has to do with the geopolitical situation between China and Taiwan. So the KLM decided to erect a subsidiary called KLM Asia, and as you can see, it also has no crown on the livery. It's not royal, it's a subsidiary, and that was just a scheme to make sure that KLM could service Taiwan without getting into trouble with China. But these airplanes don't necessarily have to fly to China or to Taiwan. The KLM Asia airplanes, they are flying everywhere KLM is flying to. Next up, KLM Flight 1575 737-800, outbound to Athens in Greece. 4-year-old airplane, first flight December 2019. We have another queue, mostly blue, not fully blue. This is flying for KLM, so consider it blue. And this has blue in the livery, but isn't fully blue. More German Airways, and I think we've seen just about all of the rentals except for Chucky today. Now, all airplanes that are approaching this runway are lining up behind each other to take off from the threshold. So far no one is cutting in front of the others. This is KLM Flight 1425 going to Birmingham. Keep doing it. Embraer E2-195, 3 years old. First flight January 2021. And Joke asks, what is a Chucky? Chucky is the nickname that we have given the Leicester Chocolaterie Special Livery Embraer 190 from German Airways that is rented by KLM. And because it has bonbons and chocolate cake as special livery on the outside, instead of Chucky we call it Chucky with C-H-O-C-Y. Chucky. Just a nickname for a special livery from German Airways. Now next up, KLM Flight 1085 Embraer 175 going to Cork in Ireland. Adios, goedemiddag. All other viewers who have joined us in the meantime, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We are standing along Polderbaan, today used as 3-6 left for departures. And that's because the wind has changed. Normally speaking, the prevailing wind is blowing from the south-southwest. Today a bit more from the north. So, finally we were able to go to this location again. German Airways, Embraer 190, flying for KLM as KL Flight 1873 outbound to Stuttgart. It looks a bit pixelated because I am nearly in 400 times digital zoom now to show you guys a bit more detail, albeit a bit pixelated detail of the airplane taking off, which is all the way over there when zoomed out. Now we do have some line cutters that are holding short. Well, one. Is that the second one? No. Okay, I spoke too soon. Just one potential line cutter, but it's holding short. So let's focus on the Ryanair flight first then. Going to Dublin, flight 3007. Herzlich willkommen, Clarissa. Schön, dass du auch da wiedermals dabei bist. Der Stream ist schon fast zum Ende, aber it is still nice to have you here. Seeing that the line cutter is now cutting in line, in fact. This is KLM Flight 1695 outbound to Lisbon, 737-800. The airplane is 4 years old. The first flight was in April 2019. Let's have a look in the cockpit window. Through the cockpit window into the cockpit, I should say. Okay, that is weird. Aphrodite. So the TUI Dreamliner to Willemstad. Not yet visible on flight radar for some reason. Indeed, just begun. Well, there is the 747 outbound to Singapore that is in fact already on flight radar. And that is going to center, right? Has been assigned to center? Or is it coming this way? And ball scratchers, no way that I am going to include live ATC. 2 reasons. First one being I'm already chatting enough as it is, and if you're also going to include ATC, then it becomes very hard to hear the airplane sounds. People who want to hear ATC can always put it aside, turn it on besides the live stream and have ATC themselves without having to bother the people that may not want to listen to ATC but just want to hear the airplane sounds and maybe even me talking, question mark. Second reason is that I don't think it is allowed for commercial purposes to use ATC in your live stream, so not sure if there's a big risk of getting fined because of it, but so what runway is the Singapore Airlines going to take off from? Center or Polderbaan? Right, it's getting busy here. Next up is an EasyJet A319 outbound London Luton. And we have another line color from EasyJet going to Edinburgh. A320neo. EasyJet flight 27837. Preceding the A330 from KLM. Now lined up. Hey, and Leeward, thank you so much for joining. You have a nice day as well. See you on the next one. Take care, my friend. This Neo outbound to Edinburgh is a year old. The first flight was in October 2022. Now, let's see. I'm still not seeing your flight, Aphrodite. Scrolling around the platform area on flight radar. Alrighty, up next, Delta, KLM A330-300 outbound to Oranjestad. Hey, thank you so much, Ball Scratchers, for sharing the streams wherever you come. KLM Flight 765 outbound to Aruba, Oranjestad, A330-300. 11 years old, first flight January 2013. Our next airplane is an A350-900 Delta Airlines Flight 75 outbound to Atlanta, Georgia. Let's listen to those XWBs. This particular airplane is 4 years old. The first flight was in October 2019. Delta Airlines Flight 75. Boom. Brake dust as the spinning wheels are stopped before the gear gets retracted. And there it goes. Alrighty. Hey, inbound traffic to runway 09. Am I seeing that correct on flight radar? Inbound traffic. Right, inbound traffic to 09. They have changed runway usage. Interesting. And I do see the TUI flight now, flight 365. It is coming this way. It is already relatively close. Indeed, the alert, buiten Polderbaan open for landings. Runway 27. Looking, oh yeah. Glide slope. Can we see glide slope shots? Maybe. The airplanes are landing to a runway that is perpendicular to where we are standing. So, yeah. Over there is a second airplane, so we have glide slope shots. To runway 27. Anyway, I'm digressing. You already heard that there's an airplane taking off right here. Going to Leeds, KLM Flight 1547. And another Embraer lining up behind us. KLM flight 1059, Embraer 190 outbound to Bristol. Now, I believe I saw in the chat that it was mentioned that the Singapore 747 was also on the move. Does anybody know to which runway it is taxiing at the moment? Antoine, indeed the Kaagbaan is closed for major maintenance. If you go to the website bezoekbas.nl, which is bezoekersplatform, bewoners, I don't know, something for people that live around Schiphol with information about Schiphol, you will find information about the works that they're doing. Kaagbaan is going to be closed for maintenance until, at least if there isn't going to be any unexpected delays, until the second half of April, at least. Ah, thanks for the URL, Aphrodite. Let's see, where is that Suparna going then? Don't see it on Flight Radar anymore. Has it gone again? Right, 747 Singapore MIA. I don't know where it is. That will probably explain it then, Johnny. Paul also saying not sure what the 747 is doing. Jackie also uncertain. What runway? What is LVNL saying in terms of runway usage right now? I'm assuming 27 arrivals and maybe center also. No, they're all going. No, they are crossing runway center now. So I'm thinking, is it now a dual runway configuration? Polderbaan outbound, Buitenveldebaan inbound. Roadhouse asks an interesting question. How do you make sure you have enough energy to keep the battery and stuff going? Mate, I have a power station over here that can power everything. It has AC sockets for the camera and for the switcher. It can power everything that I have with me for an entire day, for 8 hours. And since one time forgetting to charge the battery as it was already half drained after a stream and then running out during a stream, I now make sure I go out each time with a fully charged battery. Used to do 2 streams with it, but okay, Polder and center for departures. Okay, so then that 747 might still go to center. Line cutter, going to Belfast, A320neo, EasyJet flight 23052. Hey Berend, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Paul says that the 747 is moving again. Where is it going to? Looked lost and now turning back. Okay. Yeah, well, if center and Polder are open for departures, then I'm afraid chances are it's going to go to center then. Hope obviously I'm going to be wrong. And there she is, Aphrodite, TUI flight 365 outbound to Willemstad, Curaçao. Being preceded by one more airplane that I'm going to turn towards because it is lined up already and I expect it to be given clearance in a few moments. Delta Airlines flight 135 outbound to Detroit, Michigan. another A330-300. This one's 17 years old. First flight was in November 2006. And JWB, I am doing perfectly fine. Thank you so much for asking. Hope the same goes for you, my friend. Betty says yes, 747 is going to center. I am going to stick around until it has taken off. That is going to be the last airplane of the day. Then I am going to wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. And that is a mom of a friend of yours that is on board, Aphrodite. Do you know if she's also seated on the left-hand side? Has any communication been taken? Has any communication with the passenger on board taken place? In terms of shining lights or something? The airplane that is now lined up and ready to go in a few moments is TUI Flight 365. It's a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner outbound to Willemstad, Curaçao. And this airplane is 9 years old. First flight was in January 2015. Indeed, a mom of a colleague of yours. Okay. Well, not expecting any lights, but there is someone on board that someone knows. Namely Aphrodite. The mom of a colleague. Well, let's film her departure. It's almost looking summery with the sun being out and a lot of heat wave distortion. That's the downside of warmth and sunshine, but I'll happily take it over cold or rainy grey drizzle. And there she is on the way to another sunny location, or at least a warm location, Curaçao, Willemstad. Last over the top digital zoom and slowly zooming out again. Bon voyage indeed, Paul. Right, where's that 747? Let me go back to that part of flight radar. Oh, it is lining up behind the airplane that is now lined up at the threshold. Going to Tokyo? No, Kyoto. Not this one though. This is KLM Flight 677 outbound to Calgary, Canada. Boeing 7879 Dreamliner. 8 years old, first flight October 2015. Hey, you're welcome, Aphrodite. Still not hungry, still not a full bladder that immediately necessitates me to visit the toilet, so waited too long with drinking water, I suppose. But that's a good thing today. Alrighty, now let's see. Over here we have American Airlines Flight 203 outbound to Philadelphia. The airplane is 2 years old. The first flight was in June 2021. And the Dreamliner going to Kyoto is now rotating late, heavy apparently, but they have to take a detour to get to Japan versus flying over the north of Russia. Ah, well, you're welcome, Shaney. You're welcome. Osaka, that's it. Thank you, PC channel. I knew it was Japan. I thought it was Kyoto, but Osaka indeed. Righty. Now, I am going to wrap it up after the next departure from Center Singapore Airlines Cargo. Outbound to Singapore, diverting to Sharjah, it says here. The first and only queen of the show. Has been a very meager show so far in terms of queens. We did see the rest of the quad squad in the distance. And so too, this 747 we are only going to see from a distance. Singapore Airlines flight 7343 scheduled to go to Singapore but diverting to Sharjah. This 747-400 is 18 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in February 2006. From Polderbaan that is already out of the picture. Righty. I am going to wrap it up now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining me here today. I had a blast and I hope you guys did too. Yeah, so apparently me and the guys from Euro Aviation TV will be on Dutch national television in a couple of weeks from now for the documentary of the program Focus. I will try to give you the contact details so that you can see it online when I know exactly when and where. Hope you guys liked what you saw. If you did like what you see, and you haven't done so already, don't forget to drop another like. It really helps to spread this content to more aviation fans such as yourselves. If you want to stay updated of upcoming live streams, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Thanks for the support you guys have always been giving me so far. The super chats, the super stickers, the people becoming a member, the gifted memberships, the merch store purchases, and of course the PayPal donations. You guys rock, and this channel would not be anything without you guys. Cheers for that. Thanks also, moderators, once again for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. You guys are the best, and I am looking forward to seeing you all on the next one. Hopefully Thursday. And for now I'm going to say goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe and speak soon. Bye bye.